Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. I've had a very busy day this morning, so we're running a little bit late, but not to worry. I've still got a nice big setup for you today. Lots of content, lots of game dev, of course. We're going to be working on Insignia. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat on Twitch and YouTube. And I also want to say a big thank you to Psychotic Ghostwriter for the most recent follow on Twitch, and Sith Arrow for the most recent Sith Arrow for the most recent sub. Thank you so much. Okay. I cannot tell you how busy my day has been. Holy moly. I got up and made like a bunch of phone calls to book things because my wife's birthday's coming up. And then I went to the shops and I bought some stuff. And then I came back and then I mowed the lawn. And then I went to the shops, a different shopping center, and bought some other stuff. I came back and made myself some rice and lunch and ate the lunch. And what else did I do? Other things. I can't remember. It's been a busy morning. So I'm trying to context switch back into dev mode. Hey Lombi GG, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much. So I haven't done any dev this morning, but that's good because it means that you guys get to see exactly where I left off from yesterday. Okay. Let me just do one little thing just to set this up perfectly, so I don't miss any reward queue stuff. Very good. Okay. Hey, Andre Lawrence. Andre Lorenko. Welcome. All right. So, shall we just jump straight into it? I think so. Hey, Yo-Yo Bob. How's it going? So, we were designing yesterday these kind of objects that are supposed to be attackable in the levels, that give us special powers when we attack them. So I think we, right at the end of yesterday, we got to a point where kind of I had to make a decision about the split of some of these things, like which things like whether we want one thing to cover a bunch of different jobs or to have different things for the different jobs in how these are designed. Hey, Vkin Space. I'm here on the recommendations of pirate software. Thank you so much, Thor. He's been really nice. I'm gonna have to try and like stream at a time that overlaps with his a little bit so we can raid him or be raided by him or something. We have to do something like that. I feel like we have never really overlapped very much in terms of times that we stream, but we obviously have been streaming game dev for a long time. So before he had his recent kind of blow up, we were pretty much the same in terms of our channels, both in streaming since about 2017, 2018, I think. Both regular game dev streamers. But yeah, it's been awesome seeing him in his recent success. He does. He streams really, pardon me. He streams really late and he streams for a long time per day. So, I think where we ended up yesterday, so just to like give a bit of a recap for everybody who's watching, and for those of you who are new to the stream, welcome. what I'm doing is I'm making a game. It's called Insignia. It's a side-scrolling action-adventure game. You play as this character. His name's Armin. And there is combat, and there's story, and there's quests and environments to explore, and all kinds of stuff like that. So I'm making it solo at the moment, but I'm working towards a demo that I'll be able to hopefully get some funding using it from like the government as part of an application for a grant, and then maybe hire some people and build a team to help me finish the game. So at the moment, we're working on a mechanic that's in the game, but that doesn't really have a visual presentation. It's not really like, there's no polish to it yet. So the mechanic is when you defeat an enemy in this game, because enemies basically have like power inside of them. They have like abilities that you can steal. When you defeat an enemy, that ability can be absorbed into the player character. But you can only hold one at a time of a specific color. So in this case, that enemy dropped a green ability, and that ability lets us run up walls. And if we were to get a second ability that was also green, we'd have to leave the first one behind. So what we're describing here is basically, what does it look like when it gets left behind? That's the first thing. The second thing is that I need to be able to like teach the player about the system in terms of like absorbing abilities from the environment. I need to be able to teach that to the player in a way that's a little light, like quite simple. So I either need like an enemy or an object that you can steal abilities from that's like just inanimate or just static. Yesterday we were exploring the idea of that static object and the thing that gets left behind when an enemy dies being the same thing. So maybe like a plant grows where an enemy died and you attack the plant and that gives you the same ability that the enemy had. That's an idea that we were playing with, but it's not a bad one. I could still actually do it. There's just something else that I have to sort of give up, which is these abilities. There's like an advanced version of the mechanic where you can steal an ability without killing the enemy if you parry them correctly. And the parry in my game is directional. So you can parry up, down, left, or right, or forward and back. And I was trying to design this in such a way that the direction that you have to attack this object, whatever this is, in order to get the ability is the same direction you would have had to have parried that same enemy. So we explored basically something that, in this case, you have to attack down to steal this ability. So we were thinking of something that like cradles the ability and having the ability kind of float there. So this would be like you have to attack down into like the nut or the plant or something like that. But I think it's a bit complicated. So instead, I think that we can split it into different things. So maybe the thing that gets left behind is like a crystal surrounded by some floating rocks, and you can only attack the crystal from one side. And maybe the beginner object, the beginner thing that you can attack is just like a plant, and it doesn't need to be attacked by a specific direction. It's just, it's just a simple object you can attack. So it's really just about how dense the lessons for the player are. Do I spread it out over time, or do I try to teach you everything at once? So the idea is that living things are, their energy kind of like resonates at a certain frequency, and there are elemental sort of frequencies that all living things can be attuned to, or like written in, I guess would be the way to think about it. It's almost like fonts for life. So the symbols here, like this symbol is one of the elements, and it's aligned with green, the color green, and also like rise, like things rising, like things that go up. So all of the abilities that let you get higher up in the air are associated with this green pattern. And this is one of those. So there's like 4 green symbols. So it's fine for some enemies to just be aligned with that ability. And the simpler the enemy, the more specific I can design it to be aligned with the thing. So, like I have a snake. I have a snake that literally is, it's like a green spring. And when you attack it, you can either jump on it to like bounce up into the air, or you can kill the snake and then you can do like a double jump, because you sort of like take the snake's essence kind of thing. So that's kind of how I'm designing it. But I am experimenting with the idea. Hey, Distance. Oh, thank you so much. I'm experimenting with the idea of having a different ability be the first ability in the game. So I need an enemy that's as simple or simpler than this, that you can use to sort of learn the concept of taking enemies from. I still use tiled. Yep, of course. So, so this ability that we're designing an enemy for is an ability that lets you basically run up walls and then do a backflip. So it really just needs to be anything that maybe it grows on walls, like a plant that grows on a wall that you attack, or some kind of, I mean, if this was like an ocean themed area, some sort of crustacean would be great, like a barnacle or something. Or, you know, we've gone down the road of like lizards and snakes and stuff, so it's not going to be something like that. And probably not something that's like a mammal, I don't think. I mean, I have hedgehogs that can run up walls. We're going to be redesigning them soon to be a bit more obviously aligned with that. But this needs to be like one step before that. So even simpler than the hedgehog. Maybe just some kind of a plant, you know. Or like a beetle or something, you know, something like that. We've had spiders. Yeah, that's the thing. I've got spiders in the game that have directional, that are aligned with directions. They would be good, but they already do a different ability. I know. It's not, no, I'm not going back. I'm not going back to that concept. It's too, I've already got that in the game. Well, I follow the same base concept from the springy snake. Not every enemy has an ability. Some enemies do, some don't. Some have multiple. So it's just like a scale. But it's sort of like the really, really simple enemies almost always do. Like the ones that are sort of like tied to an area, they do have abilities. The ones that are, there are also like enemies that pop up in different regions of the game that are just like people that you can attack. Like in my game, there are animals that are sentient and intelligent and like races. So those races, if they're like, you know, there are like thieves that are weasels. Those guys don't have any abilities. But then the really intelligent, very powerful enemies that are like human level intelligence, some of them can wield magic and they can have multiple abilities. So that's kind of the spread. Yeah, like some kind of a weed would be interesting with like some sort of a pod. Maybe even in a way, maybe even designed in a way that actually let me see if I got this. Orange instead golden. So like I've got these planks that you can use to climb up. And maybe we could have it so that like when you kill the thing that's attached to the wall is actually stopping you from climbing it also. So it's like a double incentive. Like you have to clear it, and then that gives you the ability, and then you can run up it. I think that works. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And especially if it has some sort of spikes. On the bottom and on the front, so you have to attack it from above. Something like that. Let's try. So it needs to have like a what's the word? It needs to have a pod or something that you can obviously attack. Something that kills the whole thing once you attack it. And then maybe like spikes like this. And maybe they're like metal. This is me trying to kill a few birds with one stone here. This is me trying to make it so that you have to attack it from the top. Hey, Javine. Hey, Gabriel. Or is it SG Gabriels? Or is it S Gabriels? Any recommendations for projects to learn code other than YouTube one-to-one copies? Pick a really, really, really small game that you're interested in. I think you will have to probably follow some tutorials, but if you pick a small game like tic-tac-toe or Pong or something like that, that'll be a good start. Hey, Kyle. Incorporate Ace Brush. So there is actually a shortcut. If you go to it might be keyboard shortcuts. There's this action modifier thing where you can increase the brush size, drag value. Yeah, control. If you press Control, Alt, and then drag, it works. So it actually does exist. The only thing is, I'm so used to AEST brush that when I drag, I need for my mouse to be down. Like for me, AEST brush does this thing where like if you just drag left and right while holding D, nothing happens. You have to click and then drag. And I think that for me, that's, for whatever reason, I need it to be like that. I don't know why. I just prefer it that way. Because if you press D and you just hover, it's a bit slippery. Like I can't control the value as easily. I like the feedback of pushing down onto the tablet. I know how weird that sounds. But yeah, they did incorporate it basically at my request. So yeah, I do. It has happened. I just feel bad about mentioning that I don't like it. Thank you so much, but I don't like it. Thanks, I hate it. I don't hate it. David, if you're watching, I'm sorry. It's just not for me in its current implementation. That's a bit too complicated, I think. Hey, Punkish, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you so much, buddy. Welcome. I think I've gone a bit too hard here. Okay. So, this is all fine. Maybe even more yellow. Bob Ross. Okay. Okay, everyone, here we are. We're going to be doing some lovely creature creating. Now, I love working in the garden, and if I ever saw something like this, you know I'd have the exterminators around in a jiffy. Today, we don't have to worry about that. We're working on fantasy. We can make our own little world. Full of fun and simple creatures. Just like that. Okay. Now, go ahead and paint on some of those darker green shadows. Perfect. And think about the place this plant might live. Maybe in a field, maybe climbing some wall. See you later, Punkish. No undo. Of course, I'm not Bob Ross, and I'd never make that kind of claim. Every accident can be undone because we're using a computer. So, you could just keep your opinions to yourself. There we go. Perfect. I make a lot of mistakes in my life. And, sure. Boy, I wish I had an undo button. How do you clean your pen? Of course, you beat the devil out of it. Just like I do with my son. Oh, when he's acting up, you look out. I go from Bob to Robert real quick. Looking at this green here reminds me of my favorite comic book. The Incredible Hulk. Boy, I wish I could be a Hulk. Make all my enemies pay. There. Lovely different shades of green. Now, as I think about simplifying this design, I consider the idea that maybe these ferns should be the spikes. There is something kind of nice about having the spikes separate. Yeah. Clear signs of danger. Of course, When I'm angry, my hair becomes spiky. You know I'm angry. Boy, you see me coming. All right. That's enough of that. So, yeah, I mean, I like it. I think maybe it's a little bit it needs a little bit of I don't know, something to It's one of those things where if I draw it really nicely, it looks less like a game object and more like a prop, like something in the background. So I need to be really careful about the details. What happened to Atom A and Atom B, Eunice? I consumed them in the womb. I was the third triplet. I asserted my dominance early. Hey Remez, thank you so much for the resub. Not a bad idea. Tuesday. A stack confirmed. Yeah, I think you're right. Warning coloration's good. I'll need to think about how it lives in the environment. So maybe we just take this and just hide all of these. We can make a new layer. Like here, it's not going to be super visible. So we're going to have to go for something that's a bit more obvious. I think the green leaves and stuff is fine, but maybe the base and the spikes could be a bit more lively in their coloring. Maybe like a pink or something. It's very strange, this thing I've designed. It's super weird. I could probably make it simpler. It is. It is giving flail. Could go more like a blue. I think the pink says danger. Oh, I'm back. Hey, Tom. It's sort of an evolution of that. Cool. Now, here's the question. Do we just keep going with the color scheme? It's getting very... I don't think we're going to do this, but... I think we'll be right. I think it's okay once we put it in context. So let's come back to this and just put it here. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. One thing I might do, just because I think it needs to be a little bit more directional, is flatten the top down. I think the more I do that, the more it will feel like it's, you know, the top that you attack. Maybe these were a little too much. Can't really see what that is. Let's simplify. Wait, what? Maybe less of this stuff in the back. We don't have to do pink. Pink is still very loud. What if just the leaves around the pod? Yeah, I tried that. I tried them being purple. I don't think it works. Maybe we could work in some purple along the plant itself. And then bridge this with, I guess, blue. I don't know. This is an area where I should probably just add some colors. You know, it's probably just like, what am I doing? I'm using like these such polar colors. They're so opposite each other. That like I could just add a color here and there and make it what I want. Well, we can't use every color that exists. We have to be a bit more judicious, I think. That looks kind of interesting. Maybe red. Maybe like little spikies too. Let's make it a bit more organic. I think I just need to make sure that the colors are nice and flat where they need to be so that the shapes stand out really clearly. I think the shading is not a bad approach, but it's probably going to hurt me more than it helps here. So now let's see if we can achieve, you know, the same effect with less. You're supposed to attack it from above. Maybe the bubble is too bouncy feeling. It looks less like a weak spot and more like a thing you can bounce. There's that guy again. Bro, get out of here. Don't like any of your music. Please stop producing it. I know that sounds rude, but it's so... it feels so lazy. It feels so lazy, that music. It's so just... beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. It's like human music. And I can tell every single time who the artist is because they do the same thing every track. It's the same instruments. It's the same everything. It's like someone has like gamified making music and putting it on platforms and getting royalties for it. It's like they downloaded the most basic, simple, like how to chiptune kit ever, and then just went crazy AI generating like 60 different tracks that sound exactly the same. It's just so, it's got so little heart and soul in it. If it's honestly somebody who's put an honest attempt into making music, then I don't blame them. I blame Pretzel for adding them to the library because they're not even close to the same caliber as any of this other music. Like they just shouldn't, their music just shouldn't be on it. Like I'm paying for this service. Well, it definitely looks like there's something that we shouldn't be touching on the wood now. Do you know what would make this perfect? If I had little versions of it, sort of little pod boys. I think it needs more of a stalk along the bottom. Okay. It's still very, there's still like a lot of visual, there's a lot of contrast. It's kind of hard to look at. I might have to add in a bit more layering to this or something. Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I might do one more color change. We went from this to this. We're getting there, we're getting there. It's definitely like, at least on this color, it stands out now as like a thing. I see what you're saying, Swizz. You're saying give it more breathing room so that it feels more like a singular thing. Like there's this part and then there's this part rather than a bit more. Right now it's a bit cluttered. How was work today? This is work today. It's going well. I did do some work out in the yard earlier. Hey Joffra, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. does look, it looks very loud. There was more that I could do with it, I think, though. Putting it like here. There's going to be a version that's in the ground, and there's going to be a version that's kind of like on walls. I think it might need a bit more of an outline. It might just need the outline. I especially for the spikes, I really didn't want to have to do this, but I think if it's like a thing that can hurt you, sometimes you just need to be really clear about what it is. Like, especially what part is interactive and what's not. Insane pixel art monsters. I don't know. We'll see. I'm the kind of person who gets very caught up in details and it's just one of those things where I get stuck on things like proportions and sizes and stuff. So like this thing feels expressive, feels pretty good, but maybe like if I was more, I don't know, maybe this is an old problem that I've since fixed, but I've always felt like I haven't really had a great understanding of like how to play with form. But maybe that's an out of date sentiment that I have. I've definitely gotten better, I can see that. When I look at this kind of thing from like 2-3 years ago, the same kind of attempts, I don't think I had the same level of confidence, and I wasn't really able to prioritize as well, but I still think I struggle with it. I don't know. Like my first enemies of the game were a goat and a hedgehog. It's like, yeah, but could I not have gone like way further with all that stuff? I don't know. Like push the shapes into more interesting territory. Oh, really? But James, aren't you subbed? How are you getting ads? How's that even possible? Wait, not currently? How are you getting ads at all? Wait, but it says that you are. Oh no, it doesn't say that. Sorry. I'm using, because I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the moment, the icons that I used to associate with like whether someone was subbed or not, now similar icons are being used to show whether someone is from Twitch or YouTube. So I see an icon next to your name, and my brain's like, oh yeah, they're subbed. Pay no mind. How often are you getting ads? There is a frequency that they're supposed to play at, and they're not supposed to play more than that. I don't mind if you're subbed or not. That wasn't a comment on your support or anything like that. I just made a mistake. Okay. This might do with an outline across the top. I just want it to be obvious. I want it to stand out in the scene among stuff that's the same color. If I go lighter, I don't think it's going to read the same way. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know if I buy it. It's looking very... I think I prefer darker. It's looking very bouncy. You're right. Maybe I make it more like it. Okay, two things. One is, maybe I should think about bringing it back in with the world a bit, because I feel like it's a bit demonic. Like, it's very dark right now. And I don't need it to be quite so evil looking. So we might lose the red. It's been fun having the red, but you know. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's certainly... It's okay. I just wonder if maybe, like, you know, something like this would work just as well now. Now that we've sorted out a lot of the color. No. Maybe like this. This. No, the red kind of works. The red kind of works. How do I swap so quickly? I swap quickly because I use Alt and I use the ink dropper. You guys want the pink back? It's a bit metal. Hang on. Well, that's quite nice, the purple. Just like that. Could even go like 1, 2, 3. So that or that or I mean even that's kind of cool. Or like that. And then maybe I just go boop, 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 boop. Purple? The rapid zooming is so relatable. I don't know what to say to that. So I'll say nothing. Cool. Where's the preview window? I don't use it. I don't like it. Do you want it? The narrator from Bastion. Oh, I've never played Bastion. Sorry. I can show you the preview. I just don't really like it. It doesn't do anything for me. It's too far out of my vision. Like, what am I going to do? I'm going to look all the way over there. My eyes are here. You know what I mean? Like, I look, my vision is in a space that's about this big. That's what when I'm working, that's where my eyes are. And if I look away and look back, I have to find where my mouse was. You know what I mean? Like this, the space of what my brain is capable of remembering and tracking at any one time it's not the whole monitor. It's like just that. So that's why I zoom in and out, because at least I can go, okay, does that look good? Cool. And then I can zoom in into the thing that I want to edit, and I can track it as I'm zooming, right? It's not as like, I don't have to switch contexts and go, oh, where's the pixel I was looking for? Does that look good? Okay, but okay, where's the pixel I was looking for? Do you know what I mean? I have to zoom. I have to do it. It's been like this for years. Hey, Sweaty Yeti. We've moved away from the nut idea. Now we have this. Hey, Atetsufuji. Atetsufuji says, just been getting into pixel art with no background and art at all. They've really helped. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I've had people complain about it too. People have come onto my stream and been like, please use the preview. You're making me nauseous. And I can't change. This is who I am. This is who I really am. Yeah. I can't do it. Maybe. I just can't, like, I don't know what to say. It's too, because I'm not, what this does is it forces me to think about this. Oh my gosh, where's like, come on, hello. Ah, it forces you to think about things in a very, like, it's very modal, right? It's very like 1, 2, 1, 2. But I actually like to scroll at different amounts. And what I tend to do is, like, if I'm looking at one space, I want to see how that reads at different scales. Like here, that looks really nice and smooth. Here, it's a little jarring. So I think like, okay, maybe I take this and I spread it out a little bit. Now, that looks okay here. If I zoom out, how does it look? Oh, okay, this doesn't track. So it's not like I'm looking at it at 1x versus fully zoom. It's like at different scales as I get closer, which things kind of jump out. I don't know if you guys relate to that, but to me, that's like something that I do a lot. Yeah, I just don't agree. I just don't work with that idea of like, well, that's the size that it's going to be in the game, so that's the size I have to think about it at. I mean, my game has different zooms anyway. So it's, I don't know. I get it. I don't mind, you know, I don't mind people doing it the way they want to do it. What the heck? Oh, my alt key is stuck down. I don't have a problem with, like, I'm not going to argue and say like, oh, you ought to do it the way that I do it. I just do it the way that I do it. You know what I mean? Like, whatever works for you, go for it. But this works for me, so I'm going to keep doing it. All right. Is it going to be a slime breaking animation? I don't know. It might just need a big boof disappear animation. I don't know if I'm going to make it like, you know? I don't think I can make it do that. This did replace the nut. That's right. I was thinking though of making this like beat, like, but that might be a bit much. Might be a bit too evil. I also had this idea that in chapter 2 that it would be, this is such a chapter 2 enemy or like thing where there was going to be this idea that okay, let me give you some lore. In my game, about 300 years before the events, maybe 500, I haven't decided yet, before the events of the game, there was like a war, like a cataclysmic war between the human population and the Hunden, which are dogs basically. And the human had to do this last resort, final solution thing. Not final solution. What's the word? That's the wrong war. But oh, not the wrong war, just the wrong. Anyway, they had to do a thing. A last stand. I always say final solution, but I always then remember what that really means. They had to do a last resort thing, and that thing scarred the entire like continent in a way. And they also swore to never use that power again. There is the equivalent in my game of radiation in the I guess the soil. And there are also ways of kind of creating like what's the word? Of distorting the natural order. That's what we're really talking about. The distortion of the natural order in my game, because it's a fantasy game and there's magic. The idea of the natural order being destroyed is really interesting. And it's kind of like I almost want for the plot of the game, it's kind of like a subplot. It's not really the main character's focus. He doesn't really realize that this has happened, or it's more of like a prophetic thing. It's more like an ominous, oh, like we've noticed that these things are cropping up hundreds of years after this, thing. Like a nuclear fallout kind of thing. And so the player's relationship with like stuff like this, I could make the argument that even though Armen couldn't be further from where that thing happened, maybe like now that hundreds of years have passed, like the sickness is still growing. Kind of thing. I could make that visual argument with the enemy designs. That's the idea. So that's where we get these weird colors, and that's why the powers are in stuff that hurts so much. Why does this thing that's hostile, how could that hold this like divine magic inside of it? It's like, well, it wouldn't be a disgusting, spiky, evil plant if we treated the earth properly, kind of thing. It's kind of like the idea. I don't know. So I could use that to justify some of these design choices, that concept. It's not like set in stone or anything. It's more just an idea. But it's I could pass that off. I think I could get away with it. is what I'm saying. All right, whatever. That's pretty good. Let's save this now as wallflower. Spiky with just like that? Spiky wallflower? What are the perks? The perks are you get attacked and you die. Okay. Let's create a template for the wall. And then oh, that's like literally perfect. Cool. That's like dead on. Okay, so how good is it? I definitely want it lower, and it wouldn't be in this environment. There's a lot of green here, but maybe it needs to come off the wall a little bit. I might just be clever here. Save myself a lot of heartache. It's gonna be tough to sell this. I still don't think it's I want you to do that to it. I mean, jumping is definitely easier. What digital art pad? I'm using the Wacom Intuos Small. I don't mind it. I might just put it even further out. And then I might do a version. It's just in the ground. Did I really design it like that? Oh my gosh, it's so wonky. What was I doing? Did I blur this? Blender? That you could definitely stab. So this one I'll make it so that you have to stab it from the air. Cool. Stunning. A Negroni. And you can see where these little pink pustules come from. It's the same idea. Yeah, they're not placed correctly in the scene yet. Don't get too concerned about it. It's that they're not snapping. It's not like that I designed them to wobble with the scene. Like, come on now. Are you happy that they don't wobble now? I might have to design this one though to be more like more up. Just do it like this for a second. It does look like a UFO, doesn't it? A little bit. I might still change the appearance of the part that it's the center. I might still change it. I get it. I understand you were just trying to express what you saw. I think the idea of like it being like a dome, we could fix that. We could make it more like a more like the center of a flower. You know? Clinkers. What's the slimy boy? Is this the slimy boy? All right. I actually have other things like this in the game that aren't really visible right now. Alrighty. You got it. But you haven't even seen... I see the petition. I just want you to see something that exists in the game before I write it down. Or you can write it down in the thing. But I want you to see a specific... how am I going to find this now? This is the thing. I design so much stuff and then it goes into the project and then I never see it again. But there's something in the game you ought to see. It might be from before you were even around. Yeah. So I've got a bunch of flora in chapter 2 that's kind of this very acidic, very bulby, slimy. Plumbuses. This kind of thing. I even animated this a little bit. Wow, that's very Joe Williamson. That's very Joe Creates. That's pretty cool. Then there's these guys. That's where all of this started, was this concept. These like roots. It is corrosive, yeah. Yeah, these are like a tuber fruit thing. This, I can't remember what this was. Did I do art before game dev? Yeah. Yep. Maybe these things should spawn like enemies or something. Like something that makes it more obvious that like inside this is bad. Attack the bad. Maybe they like shoot up like little, you know, little bad stuff. Do I use a GDD? Sort of. I do have a big document that all of my game decisions are saved in. Yeah. If you want to call that a GDD, then yes, I do. This feels much more like a flower now. This feels much more like a thing that I would expect in my game. You know, it's like, it's pretty, but it looks like it could hurt you. It doesn't look as like a UFO. Yeah, I think I much prefer this to that. Yeah, way better. Yeah, I agree. And I think having taken that away now makes it look more like you can't bounce on it. It still needs to be a source of a thing you have to attack. It still needs to look vulnerable. And I hope that it does now. Maybe it should be like yellow. Hey, get out of here. The iconography? No, I think that would be too much. But I might have the symbol sort of hovering above it or something. We'll see. Well, that's why I'm thinking of having something bad come out of it. Something that you need to attack. And then you go, how do I stop all this bad stuff? How do I stop all this bad stuff from happening? Me in 2024. Very funny. How do I hold all these limes? I've got bees in the game. I could make bees. Maybe not come out of them. But they could do like, you know, like in Mario Brothers, how you got those flowers that they push up the spikes. Looks like a donut now. No, it doesn't look like a donut because it's got little fibers. Beads. Add some sprinkles. I think I don't know. Let me just take this to an area where it actually is likely to be placed. Because I feel like we're losing it a little bit. Man, game design is it's so hard. Why is it so difficult? think I would need to put it in such a way that the wall was a lot higher. Yes. That's looking pretty good, man. I like it. I like the colors. I like how clearly it stands out. I like how spiky it looks. I do think this spike probably needs to be straighter. I don't know why it ended up so bendy. I don't know how we did that. It's grown a lot as a thing in the game. But it hasn't been 2 hours, it's been like 2 days. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Yeah, nice. Do I save all of my design iterations? I save a lot of them. Yeah, I mean, you can see it. It's like there, and then not any of these. All of this. Well, you know, it's trying to solve. I was trying to solve a problem, and it's taken me 2 days to solve it, and this is part of the solution. But now I have another thing also to design. So in my brain, it's just like, I'm thinking about getting past this and doing the next thing. And all of this is in my brain as like the thing that stopped me from doing the next thing. Cool. Okay. Yeah, and I think, you know, adding a little bit of the pink into the yellow gives it a little bit of, I don't know if you can see that, but there's almost like a warmth underneath it. Ooh, that's not supposed to have happened. Uh-oh. We did a get up animation because we grabbed onto the ledge from the other side. How did we do that? Or maybe he was just stumbling. Oh, I don't know. I didn't see it properly. Is that RTX? That's right. Okay. So maybe we make it... It's not a bug if you didn't see it. If a bug triggers and the player doesn't see it, does it exist? Yeah, I wouldn't put this in my game. This is like too jammy for my fantasy game. It's too much of a bop. Hey, Indian. So I gotta make these things functional in the game. And then I've got to make them release abilities when you attack them. Then I got to design the area where they appear. And I might even have to design something complementary to them that is of the same thing that you can also attack. It's just like, I don't know, something more like just in the way. Or maybe I could make a version of this that's like a little more elevated off the ground. It's just that this, oh, man, shifting forward like that, it just doesn't really work. We basically have to take most of this and get it sort of up underneath. That's right. Because, like, if you touch it, it's going to hurt you. So, like, I want you to stab down at it. And if you attack it, I want the sword to bounce off it. It does, right? It looks like it would still hurt you. So then I have to put it, like down in the ground so that it won't hurt you. Basically, I have to take away the spikes for this version. Now you feel like you can attack it. But there's not going to be any reason to, unless something happens when you approach it, or like you could definitely attack that. But now it's just a dandelion, yeah. But I can make them shoot spores out. I can make them shoot I can make them shoot out like puffballs. That hurt? Yeah, it'll sort of drift towards you. So it's like you don't have to kill the ones on the floor, but you're like incentivized to do that. Just as a way to teach you to attack downwards. That would be the idea anyway. Hey, Eduardo. Thank you so much. Obrigado. Obrigado. What do you think? Hey, the Candymancer. Thank you so much for the resub. Thanks for that. I don't know what Angry Dandelion is. I haven't played Terraria. Harry Potter 2 for the PC. Herbology lesson. Oh, interesting. It's a wave shader. Abracadoosh. I wouldn't animate that frame by frame. That's too much. Yeah. Thank you. Could be nice to teach the player the vertical downward attack. The like jump attack. I wonder. Yeah, that's a jumping down thrust. That's a normal. Oh, you mean like a what's the word? A stab, like a Sephiroth Hell's Gate thing. I will have to have Toolsgate. Toolsgate. I'll have to have tooltips, yeah. Who did the art? You're looking at him, buddy. You're looking at him. Thank you so much. Cool. Well, I might take a break. I really like these. I think they're going to be cool. Plunging attack. That's the move you're describing. That's the one. There is a plunging attack. It's an ability that you learn later in the game, though. I'll show you very quickly. Hang on a second. Actually, I think it's this one. Cool. Is this? It's like electric coded, and you can bounce too. Yeah. Hey. So there's also like another plunge, but it's a different, it's like a dive kick. So this is like a Mega Man slide or like Sojourn from Overwatch. This is a backstep. This is a double jump, and that's the thing. That snake doesn't have any hurt states yet, so right now he just attacks you through everything. Huh? What do you mean? Do you have any lightning attacks? Do you have any lightning attacks or FX? Are you looking at the screen? How can I show you any more than that? Yeah, Up on Hill is my this studio name. It's just a name. Yeah. Hey, Gama Killers. Yeah, all the yellow attacks are lightning coded. Coded? Lightning flavored? Lightning pilled? All right. Blue lightning strikes? I mean, why do they need to be blue? As opposed to yellow? Like, does it make a difference? I think the game will be, I'm aiming for like 10 to 15 hours of gameplay. I think that's a decent chunk. So if you could finish it in like, 3 or 4 days, I think. Of like, a couple hours a day. You can finish it in a week. Chickens? Yeah. I mean, with speedrunning, it's probably like 4 to 6, maybe less. Maybe 3 if you're really, really fast. Custom tools, sure. So this is Retrobox. This is what I use to do all my animation. For like tagging for hitboxes and stuff. So I draw them in Sprite and then I bring them in here and then I place the hitboxes where I need them to be. So I made this. This is Scene Graph. This lets me basically create a world map for me to create scenes in and then connect them all up with doors. So these connections actually link the levels. So I can like decide later if I want this to go there or this to go there. So that's how I've done all of my world mapping. This is like 2/5 of the game so far. So this is an editor window. Yeah. And then what else? I've got my dialogue system. So it's this. This lets me just paste in dialogue that's formatted a certain way, just like name, text. I just paste it in here and then it can turn it into my dialogue. I can edit it here as well, obviously, and I can export it. And then these objects can be thrown into a Unity timeline and you can see them. I can like place them along the timeline and have them pause the game and then read the text, and you press OK, and then they continue the timeline. What else? I have this is my little scriptable object window. This just lets me create scriptables in the project. And I also have this test progress. So this allows me to create basically a fake save file for the game for when I load into the scene. So if I want to test the game as if you haven't unlocked all the abilities yet, I can just turn them off. So it's like unlocked, like all of these are the abilities. I just click them on or off and they just, just go. So I have these scriptable objects and that's the editor for them. I can even give you items. So I can go here and say, oh, you're going to have, 6 apples when you load into the game or something like that. Other editors that I've made. I think that's it. Oh no, there are others. So I've got the state tree editor. So like, maybe the chicken will actually work with this system. Let me see. Yeah, so you can see here, this is my state tree. This is like my version of Unity's animation editor. So all of my states get drawn and all of their states get drawn underneath them. In this case, you can see the chicken is asleep. Well, you can't see that, but if I pull it out, the chicken is sleeping. I can force it to do something else just to test states. And it also shows me the state history. So I can go back and check what it was doing, seconds ago or whatever. So if it's like, oftentimes in my state system, while I'm setting up the states for a character, they'll be doing something that I don't expect, but I can't tell because it's toggling too quickly or something like that. So this lets me like pause the game and go back and say, okay, this changed state from this state to this state. And I also have reasons. So here it's like the chicken relax ended because it rested long enough. And then it went to something else. So sleep completed because it rested long enough. And then it sat down. So like, and that's written in my like the actual scripts, they have exit conditions, and the exit conditions log themselves. Yeah. So like when I'm doing my states, complete, where is that logic? Did I make a thing called chicken sleep? No. Relax. Chicken relax. Okay, fine. So this complete function, this is just like, what this does is just flags the state for transitioning. And then I just put a string in there as like a reason why it's ending. So in this case, if time is greater than 30 seconds, chicken wakes up. Rested long enough. So this is much more complex with other enemies. Like this is like an enemy that can attack you. And I've got here like if it runs out of the player's field of vision. Sorry, if the player runs out of its field of vision, then we've lost the target. So it'll just basically flags. Or if we're not on the ground anymore, so if we get thrown into the air or something, we fall off a cliff. Complete. Not on the ground anymore. So yeah, those are most of my self-made editors. There might be others. I mean, I've also got like audio clip mixer. So this is just like a way for me to hard code volume offsets for all of my sound effects. So it's like just some sound effect. I just want it to be quieter. I just turn it down. And that's global. So it'll just be quieter everywhere. So how is it structured, that complete? So this is part of the parent class behavior state. So it inherits from behavior state, and behavior state has complete. In fact, I think this inherits also from another thing called state. Character state, I think. Yeah, complete with a reason object. So state machine or let's go chicken relax. So here, this is defined in behavior state. Right now, I can't remember why I have this as an object and not a string, but I think I wanted there to be something. Maybe I wanted to support other deeper logging options, or maybe it needed to be an object because if it was not a reference type, it wouldn't. I don't know. There was a reason why I did it this way, but there you go. It doesn't really make a big difference. Inheritance is great in very specific scenarios. It's not I learned Java first. So inheritance is one of the first things that I learned how to do. And then I overused it when I started doing game dev. You really want to do more composition than inheritance for games for the most part. How did you make the hitbox tool? I mean, all of the tools are using Unity's editor libraries. So you have a thing called a retrobox sheet. That's the scriptable object that this is all contained in. And then you have an editor for that sheet. So retro sheet editor. And then it's just a window. And then I wrote it like an app, you know, like I wrote like there are different, there's like the canvas and there's the timeline and it's just handwritten, you know, buttons that render themselves and things you click. Properties, windows, like it's all just hand. It's part of the, it's just like Unity has a bunch of stuff. This is the immediate mode GUI. So if you look up like Unity immediate mode GUI, IMGUI, that's what this is. It's just a bunch of libraries that let you render buttons and stuff on the screen. So I use inheritance with my states all the time. It's mostly so that you can have collections of lots of different things that are all, you know, the same thing, or you want functionality to pass down. So inheritance is, well, I mean, I don't know. It's, I don't want to go into details because it will take me too long and I want to take a break and then I want to come back and make these things functional. So I'll see you in a bit. I'm here. Anything that I need to be aware of? Okay. I think this will do nicely. I'm going to move on though. Oh, thank you so much for the sub. Pardon me, abracadoosh. Not so much. More like abracadude. Oh, man, I'm tired. I've had a big day. I've got 2 more hours of a stream. Vikin Space, thank you so much for the sub as well. Thank you so much. Lena Hilt, thank you for the follow. Now, what do we do? Let's just like zip back for a sec. Man, I'm burnt from the sun today. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm red. This is not the light. This is my actual skin being red. Sun-kissed even. Okay, some paths cannot be reached with normal moveset. There are abilities allow you to reach those paths. Abilities are color-coded. Abilities can be found in the world after unlocking. Abilities typically are found in enemies. Abilities can be stolen from enemies by killing them. Abilities can be stolen from enemies by parrying them in a specific direction linked to the color. So, yeah. So, I might need to do some writing, actually. Oh, Vikin Space. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you got the space to do it, and you've got the inclination, I'm very grateful. This might need some quick concepting. So, Mama's house, da-da-da. Or instead, up. I almost feel like there should be a way up that you can't cross. Maybe there's a way down as well. And the second crucible, or the first crucible, I guess now, is somewhere in here. That would be really good, because it would mean, well, it should really be almost like set up in such a way that first I teach you to walk, then some running around and talking, then wall jump, along with attacks. So the wall jump, yeah, I mean, like, we've got this stuff probably could be like maybe up into the mountain a little bit. So you're doing some jumping, up into the foothills. Hey Brave Potato, I'm working on some level design at the moment, just thinking about this demo that I'm creating and how to structure the gameplay for some of the newer content that's going to be in it. So the watchtower should probably be at the top of this scene. Maybe some wall jumping just beforehand. But now I don't even know if the watchtower, I guess that's where we teach directional attacks. Duke of Truth. You are, you're behind. I mean, this kind of thing. It's in the game. It exists. You get your wish. Not just gonna be, is. Okay, so I don't want to push you through too much backtracking. That's all good. That's all good. It might be nice to have an area here underneath this where the wall jump sort of happens around here, but this crucible needs to be lower. So there can be some wall jump stuff here, but you can't do it the first time. You have to walk past it. And then something like this maybe. Now, the thing is, there's a clearing here, some trees, that this scene used to take place in. Maybe I just leave it. Okay. I like the idea of scaling the mountain a little bit. I feel like that's fine. That's pretty cool. This needs to be kind of like a broken, almost like, I kind of need a reason for you to go in here other than that this is like locked off. This is the demo map. Yeah, I'm just considering some stuff. I'll try to create the scenes first, and then I'll think about how to make it work. All right, so let's make one. This is called let's add that. So I should just be able to set this up to be unlocked. Let's give it some terrain. I don't know if it should be the... I think I made it a tile set, didn't I? The crucible. Not this. This. Do I like Moonlighter? I don't really know much about it. I've actually got it on my Switch, but I put maybe 10 minutes into it and I couldn't really... I don't know, it just didn't grab me. I didn't get that right, did I? Cool. This is fine, but I might want it to be more outsidey. What happens if I just use a different tile set instead? I don't think so. I think it needs to be dark. I think there needs to be an extra tile on the left. I don't really know. My brain can't. This looks like it's not wide enough, right? By one. But then the door looks like there's too much stuff in the way. I can't really tell. Yeah, I mean, look, whatever works, works. Like, using efficient tools is important. And I probably don't use the most efficient tools that I could either. So something like that's kind of cool. Let's go. I mean, it can't be that. And it can't be that. As beautiful as that is. I have a background that was designed for this, but there's like another area in the game that has this background. So I'd like them to be different. In my mind, I guess I mean, I could sort of draw what this is supposed to look like to me. Whoop. Wow, that trimmed perfectly. Cool. Oh, I forgot I did that. Armin just being like, I'll just scoot past you. Just see ya. Oh, that's good. I even had him like warning us, like, oh, stay back. That's cool. Yeah, like if I was designing this from scratch, like I totally would make this as, I want it to be like really dilapidated and like, not that I won't use the tile set, but I don't know. So it's going to be like... In my mind, I think there's more of like a stone, like a backing here. It's like light playing off of the walls. And the ground is I see it as dirt. I see that the dirt, I see it as like the dirt has grown around it. Like it was once, this was once a stone construction. And since it's, or it was kind of, yeah, I don't know, like it's kind of fallen into not disrepair, but like few people have come here, fewer and fewer people. And maybe at some point, the people who were left to come here decided that they maybe preferred it a bit more naturalistic. Like they invited the overgrown aspects of it. They like that. Yeah, just that kind of thing. I also want it to be a little bit warmer. Almost like... I need to be very careful here, plot-wise, what I want this to feel like. Whether I want it to feel ominous and scary, or serene, calm. It's very cold here. That's for kind of good reason. Feels closer. Feels like a place in the forest you could stumble into. But only if you sort of... I need to figure out a way to sort of get here almost accidentally. It's like people could come here if they somehow, you know, if they only really paid attention, or if they only really... There's got to be something that's like... not stopping people, but maybe like deterring them from coming here. Just like that it's a dark pathway they have to walk down or something like that. Just like right under people's noses. It's an old wives' tale. They tell the kids not to come down here because there are snakes or something, you know? And there are snakes! Something like that. Or maybe those dandelion things, those puffballs, being like toxic. It's a little confused, isn't it? Okay. This place is it's in a clearing in a forest. A very like dark, deep forest. But not so far from we're not far from the light. I just don't know if I want to show the light. Like almost like there's like a canopy. It's all good. See ya. You didn't say too much. I don't mind the input. I don't always respond, but it's all mostly welcome. It's mostly always mostly welcome. If there's an issue, I'll say something passive aggressive, but you didn't say anything wrong. I have this bad, it's not the worst habit in the world, but it's not a great habit for streaming, where, you know, I just sort of, sometimes if there's like feedback or something that's like, or even comments on the stream that I don't really have an easy answer to, or like they're like, I don't want to say no to somebody, but I also don't, I'm sort of like in the zone on what I'm doing. Sometimes I will just ignore something. And it's not like a grudge thing. It's not like this person doesn't deserve a response. It's more just like, it's not super valuable to get into a discussion about why I reject a certain feedback or anything like that. I just feel like, you know, it's probably not great, because I feel like maybe it gives people the wrong impression that like I don't care about what they're saying or something like that. So, and it gets hard. It's hard to answer everybody in general when the chat is like quite alive, but it's harder when the chat's a bit quieter. God rays are definitely not out of the question. We will be adding God rays for sure. What do I think? It's looking at, it's a little bit up. I feel like we don't need to see all this stuff. I wonder if I want it, if it would be better like cozier, less slanted and more like in. Right now it's very like it's very wide angle. Oh. I don't really do time of day in my game. I mean, I guess I have time of day, but like it doesn't change. So the scene has to serve more of an emotional purpose. In this case, it does take place in the day. It takes place in like the mid-afternoon. But I almost want it to take you out of the space entirely when you get here. I almost want it to feel like you've gone into like a rift of some sort. But I will add the God rays, just God lasers. So we could do something like this. It's close. In my head, like I actually have the thing. Like I actually know what it will feel like when it's right. And I have an idea. But sometimes that idea isn't resolved with the rest of the game. So in my mind, it's got like a wall. There's like a close wall and there's lots of trees. We had the wall, but the wall needs to be kind of crumbly. Almost like a broken down church, you know? And I just don't know if like... Maybe I need a color between these two. Hey, Ghost. Thank you. Yeah, that doesn't really solve it for me. Like that's just as good. Wait, why does that not... Huh? I may have made a mistake with this. That's better. There's this thing in Sprite where it won't scale. Like, see how here it's scaling at different increments to before? Before it was going from this to this to this. And it missed this one here, this middle step. And this step is actually really important for me because this means that what I'm looking at is the full screen. So for me to get this zoom view, I need to swap the preferences on the scaling. So screen scaling is 100 and then UI elements is 200. I did not start this after the drama. I started this many years before the drama. Maybe I'll have like a gateway. I would be a god if I could do that much work in like 3 months. I would just... You'd have a game every month. How do I pin this file? I forget how to do that. Usually when you go to open recent, there's a way to pin it. I think it's... Nope. Where did that go? Huh. It's pinned here. Oh no, it's not. Now it's pinned. Ah. Okay, well, at least it's there now. How long have I been streaming today, or how long have I been streaming since I started streaming? How long has my streaming career been? Uh, 2018 was when I started. Quite a while. Hey Ghost, how did I do the character move in some place and then come back in Unity? Huh? Do you mean how do you manage scenes? Is that what you're asking? Oh no. Well, that is, I mean, there's a whole topic about scene management that you can learn about. It's not that straightforward, but basically you need a game manager. So some script that saves all the information about your character and what's happening with them, like their health and stuff. And then you need to just load a scene. I mean, there's a few aspects to it. Like, for example, if you want someone to walk through one door and then you want that door to load the next scene, but you want the character to come out of the correct door relative to where they entered. So if you walk into a house and the house has a front door and a back door, when you load into the house scene, you want them to stand at the door that they came through. So the front door, not the back door, or not the middle of the room. That stuff is like, basically what you need is some data structure, some logic that allows you to remember what door you went through and to connect one door to another door. In my game, I use a feature that I built into Unity called Scene Graph. Okay? This, I have like connections between my doors, like visual connections. But before this, what I used to do was just, I would just have a string that said the name of the door in the scene that I was loading. So like, this all comes from a thing called Scene Instance Collection. This file here, this thing, is a list of all of the scenes in my game. And this contains information in each of these records about the scene, the doors that are in the scene. It gives them a special ID for each of the doors, and it also contains the information about the scene that each door is connected to and the GUID of the sister door, the other door. This is something that if you make a big game, you'll probably need some kind of record of all of the door connections. But you don't, if you're just making a simple game, all you really need to do is just remember the door that you came from and what scene it was in. Or remember the door that you're going to. So like, if you name all your doors carefully, in this case, let's say this is the house and this is the front door, and I spell it FRONT space DOOR. The next scene is neighborhood. So there's a house door. So then in this scene, I can make this door here connect to house door in neighborhood. Then when I leave the scene, I save that information. When I load the next scene, I bring it back and say, hey, what door are we supposed to load into? Ah, house door. We're in neighborhood. Yes, that's correct. Now I place the character very quickly where he needs to go and then fade the scene in from black. It's just like that. It's just storing the information about where you're moving to and where you've come from. You can do that anyway, but if you have a game manager that doesn't delete itself every time you change the scenes, so you have a script that's a don't destroy on load. Okay, this is a singleton pattern, right? So this means that this object, when I change scenes, the object won't change. So the object's memory will stay with us. So if I have some name like forward door or like door, other side door, I can put that information about where we're going in that other side door variable, and then this won't get destroyed. So when I load the next scene, that variable will still have the right information inside of it. That's how you would do it in that setup if you had the strings stored. This is one of those things, you know what? I need to like store all this stuff down, because this is the kind of thing that I could put in like a video. I was thinking about making like game dev tutorials in my channel, starting with like programming and then doing basic game concepts. But like some of these things, like how to build a navigation system, that's actually like super, you know, it's a common problem that people don't know how to solve. So I'm sure there are tutorials out there, right? I mean, it's not just change scenes. Yeah, I mean, there are tutorials out there. Maybe I'd do a better job. Colin Williams, thank you so much for the gifted sub to Ghost DMC. Thank you, thank you. All right, I'm going to take a break. It might be time to end the stream, actually, but this is looking good. I'll save this as clearing 2. I'm just going to take a quick break. We'll come back and then we'll see how we go. See you in a bit. Yo. So, yeah, I mean, I like the environment. I think I don't know, maybe I'll chuck it in. I don't know. Let's just like not use it for now because I feel like I'm going to get too attached to the way that it looks. So let's just go with this for now, and then I'll just remove the ceiling or whatever. No, I think I want it like this. Sure. Good enough. So the idea here is that... Oh, hey, Abracadoosh. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. That's all I'll say. But it's going to be a lot better than that in the final game. I might even remove that demo entirely and replace it with this one in the next couple of months. I just feel like the game is so different from what's in that demo. And now that the story's also adapting to be more feature rich or to fit the features in, I feel like, gee, like why even have that existing? Every time someone says they played it, I'm like, oh. So I think it's time. And I might even remove it. I might remove it from itch and I might take it to Steam as a demo. I don't know. That's probably the way to go. Okay. So, do I need to rewrite this sequence? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. So that's too late in the game. In the original game, in the 2020 version, there were only going to be 4 abilities, and now there's like 16. So having it be at the end of the chapter is too late. So now I have to bring some of that forward, and that's what I'm actually dealing with in this stuff here. This is me saying, okay, like this is the order, or at least this is things that need to happen in chapter 1. And currently, Armin meets Harriet. He has the sword. He doesn't know anything about magic, but he hasn't had to learn anything about magic. He hasn't come into contact with it yet. So when she explains it to him in chapter 1, it's like, that's fine, because he's like, well, I don't know. Like, her giving him the crystal is the only aspect of magic that he's even been introduced to, other than like the fact that she does magic at this library. But we need to... This moment with the old man, I'm upgrading to a moment where you learn an ability. And so the old man needs to be met outside one of these. so that the sword, basically I want it so that the sword already has the ability upgraded, or like it's like about to be, or something like that. So it's a bit weird, but yeah. You're basically going to run into, yeah, this is these forges, they're all around the world, and they were used by, you know, the first blacksmiths to essentially like commune with magic and enchant weapons with the magic. So yeah, this is kind of like something that was going to appear from chapter 2 onwards. Well, it didn't exist until like October last year. I've already got one in the game. Now I'm adding more of them. And the goal is for me to have story around them too. So like quests that you... It's sort of like Zelda shrines if you've played Tears of the Kingdom. So yeah, the idea is to make it so that you're getting introduced to these things kind of quickly. On the style for these things, a while actually, a few days. Hey Abracadoosh, yeah, like even that is now not going to be in the first chapter. I think a lot of people found it too difficult, and what's changed is that those spiders. So that demo was that was made in 2018, and I updated it in 2020, and at the time, those spiders were really, for the most part, like at the time, the spiders were like a proto version of me doing the abilities for the game. What's changed is that I've basically made it so that instead of the ability popping or proccing as soon as you... Oh, hey! Divine Dev Studios, thank you so much for the raid. Rather than have the spiders be the ability... Like right now, you attack a spider, you go in a direction. That's cool, but it means that all of the puzzles are very, you know, you attack the thing and then it happens straight away. I couldn't like separate them. And I wanted the powers to be more diverse and creative and interesting. So now, the idea of like taking the power with you is it's a really important part of the game. It's kind of like the foundation of like what I've been doing the last like year and a half. Hey, we're well. So this is like an example of like a quest that starts. In fact, this kind of just plays through. So this is the unlock sequence. Oh, that's very close. Oh, because it's in 640p. It zooms to the next nearest amount. Cutscene. So this is like a mini game. This is how you forge the abilities. You actually have to engrave them. Huh. So then you can actually use it in the level. So this is the tutorial. I probably should be taking the opportunity to really think about whether or not this is good enough to go in the game as it is, because I could move on from it if it was good enough. The problem is that it's already wrapped up in a quest that's in chapter 2. So this idea of like, there's a bunch of stuff I need to explain. Explaining it all in chapter 2 is too far ahead. Explaining it all in chapter 1 is probably too premature for players who are just getting started. So I should basically explain some of it early. So the thing that I think is the most important or most interesting, yeah, it's like a double jump, is the idea that uses of the ability come from enemies. That's like the first thing. Because once I've done that, then I can start just like getting you straight into the game and into the cool parts of the game. So like, you know, the fact that, oh, like I can't get up there, but like, shing, now I can. You know, you can start doing like all sorts of puzzles and interesting stuff. Ah. Oh, he's stuck. Hello? Oh, it's like totally stuck. Oh. Okay, well, moving on. Next. So here it's like you can jump off a wall, you can use the ability, get a bit higher up. Or even in this case, like use this ability to go across the gap. Maybe we start. So all that environmental puzzle stuff. Bit of British movement. Planned release date for the next demo is probably going to be maybe like end of April. To plan out the demo. This stuff, this is Figma. Handsome animation. Thank you. Hey Conan Wex, thank you so much for the follow. Was Insignia your dream game before you started working on it, or was it just a game you decided to make? Insignia was definitely, it started as a dream game. It was sort of like this. I had like this desire to make an indie game. I really wanted to make an indie game. And one of the first things about the game that I wanted to make was I wanted to make a game that had a lot of movement in it. And like an interesting magic system. And at the time, the magic system that I was like coming up with was one that I thought was really cool. It was like, rather than it being fire, air, earth, water, it would be life, death, space, and time. And then life and death became entropy and energy. So energy, entropy, space, and time. And the crystals were, at first, the game was about these crystals that were representing of each of those elements or aspects. It was very Avengers Infinity War. Sometime along the way, I kind of got a bit lost from the movement ability thing. I knew I wanted enemies to be involved. I knew I wanted combat to be very fluid and to have like directional aspects in a 2D platforming thing. And I probably spent from 2017 to 2020, most of that time was spent thinking about the story and building the content for the game. And the gameplay kind of, when it was important to me and I was doing stuff with it, but it was very Dark Souls inspired at the time. It was very much about iframes and rolling and parry. That was just like a lot of what it was. And I lost a lot of that directional combat stuff. And at the same time, the player became very powerful in terms of their movement speed, their jump height, all of that was very difficult to track. And I found myself in 2022 at this point where I had started designing enemies to be more capable, but I didn't have any reason for the player to fight them in the game. And I didn't have any real reason to use the abilities that I'd put in the game, because you could just attack the enemies or just run past them. Like the combat and the things that I wanted to make combat special had sort of eroded. They just weren't interesting major parts of the game anymore. And that had caused quite a content crawl. It made the game very like hard to develop for, because I didn't know, other than getting through the plot, there wasn't really any reason to do anything in the game. And I kind of got stuck. I mean, I'm still at the start of chapter 2, which is where I was at the end of the demo in terms of like content that exists of the game. I've been sort of in this one place for like 3 years now, 3.5 years. And what I've learned is that like the reason why I got stuck was because I hadn't really built out the systems that the content would be built on. I hadn't considered what that was going to be. So instead of having, when you've got content and you don't have any reasons to do the content, it feels like chores. And I think a lot of this comes down to like identity. Like, what is the game about? What am I doing in the game? Not just the story, but like the gameplay. Like getting the player on board with like the kinds of gameplay experiences I want them to have is kind of foundational, right? It's really important. So once I realized that I had like kind of lost my way a little bit with the combat, or at least that I needed, not that I had lost my way, but that I didn't realize how deep I needed to consider it. Like I really needed to think about like the whole, what does the gameplay look like at chapter 1? What does it look like at the end of the game, at the last chapter? What does the final boss fight feel like? If you can answer that question, then you can string out what the abilities are and what the things the player should be able to do. But even before that, you can think about like, what does a difficult enemy fight feel like? And what does using the abilities get you as the player? How does that change the fight? How are the level designs built around the abilities? How are the enemies built around the abilities? All that stuff. Once I'd gotten that backbone in there, now it's like, oh, okay. Like I have heaps of reasons to create content. It's like, okay, well, you have to fight the enemies because the abilities are inside the enemies. I can make the environment more diverse and interesting because the environment is built so that you need the abilities to get through it. You know, oh, where do you learn the abilities? Oh, you learn them in the crucibles, which are dotted around the world. Now I have a reason for you to explore in the world. So once you have the game the game systems, and you know that you need to teach the player the systems, now the content is the reasons and the excuse to teach them the things. So, you know, it's like if you had the world of Breath of the Wild and you didn't have any shrines, how would you get the player to go to the top of a mountain? You just wouldn't be able to encourage them to do that. But now that, you know, in that game, because it's 3D, you've got a camera. 2D games are harder than 3D games to incentivize the player to do things, because in a 3D game, you can look off at a mountain and go, I want to go up there because you can see a shrine that takes 20 minutes to get to from 20 minutes out. But in a 2D game, it's like, how do I communicate to you that something cool is 20 minutes away? You know, it has to be more systems driven. It's like, oh, here's a thing that I can't do. Maybe I'll play a bit ahead and see if I can unlock some ability that'll let me do that thing. This is Figma, Figma. It's actually a UI design application, but I use it for planning. It's very powerful canvas. Oh, no worries. I know that was quite long and not really what you asked, but the background elements actually help indicate which path to take in your game. Yes. Yeah. I have stuff like that in the game. But it's not about like it's about like, and man, I've had to learn so much to get to this point. There's this aspect of anticipation that's like really, really critical in games, right? It's not that the players don't know what to do. It's not that the players are stuck. It's that when the game is doing what it's doing right, the player wants to see what's around the corner. They're excited about what's coming up next. So giving them, yeah, exactly. How do you make the player want to fight the enemies? That's the question that I need to answer. It's not how do I convince them to fight enemies. It's how do I make them want to fight enemies. In my game, this is it, right? There's an enemy. Okay, it's attacking me, but also I can't go anywhere unless I attack this enemy. I want to fight the enemy because the enemy is the key to get out of the room. So it's progress. All of the enemies don't have to block you. And this was the thing. At the time, I was like, I should make the enemies bigger and more formidable so that you have a hard time getting past them, right? Like maneuvering past them is too easy. But no. You don't even want to maneuver past them in this system because it doesn't matter if you can jump over their heads. That doesn't give you access to the rest of the level. The combat is... the combat's part of the level. You know what I mean? It will be on Steam, Anthony Davis, but it's not yet. So that's where, when I'm doing it right, it sort of makes a case for itself. You don't have to explain to the player why they need to learn to do something. You teach the player that like that's what the backbone of the game is, right? That is the level. And then they can get excited about, you know, all the incentives. Because it's like the story is like the tent poles. The story is like, oh, I need to go over here because this person told me something important was over there or whatever. So you have reasons to go places, but making the going there harder is obviously like challenge is important. So traversal needs to be non-trivial. And the game needs to be a persistent challenge. So for me, making enemies a part of the traversal has been the answer to making combat fit in the game. I made it on my own, and there's no tutorial, unfortunately. Yeah, but I mean, if I go back to like earlier parts of the game, like this scene here, there are enemies in this scene, and they just don't feel right. Like when I did this level design, right? It's like, oh, I got some bees. You can fight the bees. I got a Wolverine guy. You can fight the Wolverine guy. But it's like, yeah, but why am I fighting him? Like what is there that I need to do over here? Right? Am I just attacking stuff because it's there? It's very hard to convince the player that they want to do something if they have no intrinsic reason to do it. Like, why don't I just run past him? There's nothing stopping me, right? That's the thing. It's about incentives. And people, like... I mean, this scene's all broken now, but... Hey, look, he's up in the sky. It's an old scene. People, when they play a game, they're looking for the game to tell them what to care about. There's a lot of like, do I need to think about this? Do I need to care about this? Is this the important part of the game, or is this just something else that I need to get through to get to the important part? So for me, yeah, it's just, I didn't have a strong enough network of incentives. No, this scene was a good example. This scene was a good example because everything in it's kind of throwaway. You know, and some scenes are good for just this. Some scenes are more about like just enjoying the world. But all of the actually interesting good stuff is all in like the most recent experiments that I was doing that are separate from, you know, separate from the current chapter content. So like this room, right? You want to get all the way up here. This being a thing you can like traverse, like it's a puzzle, right? Like how do I get up there? Like I don't know what to do here. But the enemies are the only thing in here that you can use to get up there. If the enemies were just, if the traversal abilities had nothing to do with the enemies, there's no need for them to be here. But now that they are, like, because when I say now, I guess what I mean is now that I've designed the game in such a way that when players play it, they will learn that the enemies are the only way that they can get access to their abilities. Now they become, you know, puzzle pieces. So like I've got these two abilities. Okay. What do I do with them? Okay, I come up here, I use this, I use that. That is fun now. It's not just, it's not like here's A, here's B, ugh, everything in the middle is boring. It's like, oh, cool. Like I have to fight this enemy because that'll give me something that I want. And then I have to fight this enemy because that'll give me something that I want. And now that I have my puzzle pieces, now I can solve this fun puzzle. It's not just like an annoying thing that I have to do to get to the next door. It's like, this is the game. This is where the fun is. So that's, to me, that's like a really, really, really important thing that I need to especially in this demo, I need to solidify that as like the, as the, kind of like the foundation, right? I don't think this, does this work? That's straight down. I don't think I want that, but I have a bounce. So it's like doing 1, 2, 3, and then, hey. So this requires you to trade abilities. You have to lose the bounce. Yeah. No, that's an old scene. That health bar stuff, this scene's just broken. This one here. It's just not the way that I do my level designs anymore. An example with actual enemies. So I'm pretty early on with a lot of this stuff, but what can I show you? The problem that this creates for me, or not problem, but the challenge now is that like I have to now effectively redesign my enemies, or all enemies going forward have to be designed with their function in mind, or at least the simple enemies. And it's actually a really good thing. It's like extremely motivating to have like a reason for an enemy to exist. Because before it was like, this is a mountain environment. I should make some enemies. What should they be? Now it's like, I have this ability that I need to teach the player. All of the enemies that the player interacts with at the start when they're learning this ability need to teach you that ability, and they need to look like they can do that ability so that it makes sense that you attack them in a specific way. Like now I've got all these constraints that inform the design. So like what I don't have are a ton of great examples. The ones that I do have, I mean, the snake is the closest thing. The snake is the only enemy. Oh, the froggin's not bad too, but he's not really used in any environment yet. So basically like this is like one of the closer, more obvious examples. So it's a simple enemy. You can bounce on it. You can attack it. When you attack it, you get the bounce. And now you can climb up to a higher area. This guy has 2 abilities. His uppercut can be parried to steal the ability. So can his flame charge. So that steals his jump ability. Ooh. Is he gonna do it? There we go. And that steals his fire ability. Now I have this, and I have this. But because he's still alive, they actually go back to him if I use them in combat. Once I kill him, I get all the abilities. So now I can use this, and I can use that. You keep it if you kill them, basically. Oh, thank you so much. So that's the pitch of the game. Getting that in is really important. And so at the moment, that's what I'm I'm working towards a pitch demo. And you can see now, for those of you who have played the original demo, how much different the gameplay is, how much more like focused on combat it is now, and how much the combat and traversal are interesting and novel and different. So I need to make a good case for that stuff. Today, we were designing an enemy that would, because there's a few layers to it, right? Like one is that you need to, one is that you have directional parries. That's kind of like the highest level of like thing. But like beyond that, there's like, I've got it all written down, don't I? This is like the game's lesson for the player. You need to learn all of this stuff before you're actually like playing the game properly. So by like mid chapter 2, you should know all of this stuff. This stuff is like chapter 1 stuff. This stuff is probably more chapter 2, or specifically this. So some paths can't be reached with a normal moveset. There are abilities that allow you to reach those paths. Abilities are color coded. This is kind of like a sub point of that. Abilities can be found in the world after unlocking them. They're typically found inside of enemies. And they can be stolen from enemies by killing them. But also you can parry the enemy to take them without killing them. The parry stuff is like quite complicated because you have to know which colors relate to which directions. So green is up. In order to parry an up attack, you have to attack down. Red is a forward attack, so you have to backstep attack to do it. You have to basically parry backwards, etc. That's kind of a little bit, you know, a little bit later in the game. But yeah. The spider puzzle is not gone for good. No. I just will have to put it... I might have the spiders be kind of like a more... because they don't have an ability, they're more like their own thing. I might just have to sprinkle them through the game. Just little puzzles here and there, you know, that have spiders in them. That have little like jumping areas and stuff. It won't be like... This dungeon won't exist, basically. I'm replacing it. Yeah, so the bridge section's gonna change. Hey, Tony. Huh, that's cool. Hey, Pablo from Valencia. Nice. I mean, kind of. I'm not deleting it. I'm just taking all the pieces and moving them to other places. Anyway, I managed to talk for like 40 minutes and go overtime. So thank you so much for watching, everybody. I gotta go now. I got a big weekend ahead of me. Let's quickly review the our timeline. So actually, it's already the 2nd. Which means this goes here. And also Thursday and Friday. Gee, it's actually going very quickly, isn't it? I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks of dev left before I have to start thinking about other stuff. Jesus, that went so quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks. Oh God. I don't know if I worked that quickly. And I don't know what I'm doing. What did I mark this off for? think this was actually supposed to be this week coming up. It's a wash, but next week it's not. I'll still be streaming every day. I mean, this is not it's not a gone week. Yeah, I don't know. God, the months go so quickly. I need to start being more, I don't know. It's tough, man. Because all of this stuff that I've described just now about proving the game on its own merits and having to redesign certain parts to make it fit a bit better, all of that, it's all true, but I don't know if I have time for all of that. Tough. Oh, goodness. I need to remember that it's not that complicated. My game is built already. I just need to reframe a lot of this stuff. Just need to restructure it. I do need more hands than me. That's the whole point of me doing the demo, is it's a funding application. Okay. It's going to be all right. We'll get through it. I need to put some time into content structure, I think, over the weekend maybe. I'm going to maybe start prioritizing the game and doing less content. I might just work on it over the weekend. I want to do a good job of this stuff. All right, pals. I will see you all very soon. I'll catch you on Monday, okay? Thank you so much for watching. Oh, I'm not giving up. I'm excited. It's just a lot ahead of me that I need to be focused on. Thank you all for watching. For those of you on YouTube, come check us out on Twitch if you're interested. I don't know. You're not missing out on much because you're watching it, but you can earn channel points and get rewards and stuff if you join us on Twitch. And if you're on Twitch and you don't know I have a YouTube channel, you should definitely check that out because there's like hundreds of videos on there about pixel art and game dev and my game and my journey. The IDE? I mean, this is Unity, but I didn't have... You mean this? I didn't have that open, so you probably just mean this. This is just Unity, yeah. Yeah, I got tons of YouTube videos. I post all the time. If you like all of my content and you want to see me succeed, you can help me by becoming a patron on patreon.com/AdamCYunus. Thank you, pals. That's it. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Till next time. Actually, shall we find someone to raid? That's another thing that we do on Twitch. We raid people. We basically give them all of our viewers once we finish streaming. Is this guy a VTuber of himself? That looks like not a real person. Let's raid this person. Oh, they're doing Let's Play? No, that looks like they're making a game. CT Dev Crunch Time. I don't know. Uncanny. Exactly. Uncanny Valley tuber. All right, pals. Thank you so much. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. I will catch you on Monday. Until next time,